Hello everybody, welcome back to SketchCraft Live. I'm Rob Duenas. Joining me tonight is Brandon Lead Heavy James. Brandon, say hello.
Hello.
Alright everybody, so basically I'm going to be practicing some Copic stuff here. Normally I would just kind of go right out and just do the commission, but it's been a month since I've actually done anything, and I'm, what do you call that, Brandon?
Rusty?
Rusty might be the word for it. Rusty might be the
Out of
word
sync?
for it. So I'm going to turn the face cam off so we don't have to look at that. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab my hat. So 1 second, and then we'll get started on working out some of these Copics.
Hey, Tiger fan, we are indeed back. By we, I mean Rob and not me. So, thanks for joining us on the stream.
Alrighty, so this is supposed to be just a quick and easy commission. It's a little Hal Jordan, kind of gave him some space armor. So, I'm gonna look back at some of my older color guides I made for more complex commissions, and I actually did a parallax, so I kind of figured out some of these colors to begin with. And
By the way, I saw your lighting before you switched to the desk cam. Holy shit, it's bright in there.
yeah, well, I need it super bright when I draw because I can't have any, like when you're looking at the light, it'll blind you. But if you're looking down at the desk, it's like, oh, this is like perfect daylight. Like it's 4,500 lums in here. So to give you an idea what that's like, it's like in the middle of the day. My wife was just looking at that. I kept getting, I want the most lums I could get. It's $40 worth of bulbs, put it that way.
Nice.
So,
well worth it.
but the room goes from dark to light, and it's like sometimes I like to yell hallelujah. I turn the light on. People outside my window just matter of fact, I should probably close the the screen here so I don't blind my neighbors. They're like, this guy moved in across the street.
What is he doing in there?
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, you got the window like open with the outside air coming through?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. What is it, like 40 there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. And my room stays pretty crispy, so I got that nice breeze. Plus, it's the complete opposite of what I've been working in for the last how many years?
You mean your sweat box?
Yeah, the sweat box. The hell box. Hey, Brain Gamer says hi. Tiger fan has joined in. Oh, that's cool. Give me a second, folks. I'm just arranging my work desk a little bit. I try to do this all before I start, but I missed a few things.
I think the bullets will be a warm gray color with a copper tip.
Alright, so let's practice some of this stuff. So I've just printed out my lines, a copy here, you can see. This is B marker paper. And I'm looking at, because this is a smaller piece than the piece I did a couple years ago, I need to keep it fairly simple. YG01, YG01, FYG1, YG01, FYG1, GO2. Well, let's just see
You know,
what some of this looks like.
it's funny. I'm looking at this Green Lantern, which I like the one on the right, the you know big, the mech version, and it's funny. A couple years ago, probably like I want to say 3 years ago, when you first started helping me, with the art, and I was doing the podcast back when it was on iTunes. I sent you over a Green Lantern drawing where I was trying to do more BattleTech suit, and you actually drew on those thrusters on the back, those shoulder pads, the chest piece. So it's like
Oh, I did?
yeah, it's funny seeing it now because you've had that Green Lantern version in your head for about 3 years, probably longer.
Huh. I don't even
But
remember that.
yeah, it's just funny that like it's now that you're doing it, you're you're doing it but better, obviously, because you're not drawing over mine. But yeah, just it's funny. I have it somewhere. It just the same shoulder pads and then the thrusters coming out the back, his back, and I was like, that's cool. I never would have thought of that.
Hmm. I don't remember that.
Yeah. So you actually drew this version 3 years ago, Rob.
I do not remember that. That's cool to know.
Yeah. So it's been in your head for a very long time. You just never had a commission for it.
It does happen. I mean, like when I look at the film strip with text thing from Game Cave, it's actually something I was trying to do back in 2000, 2001. I just didn't know
Right.
how, you know? And I could see myself like looking back at some of the old art when we were doing we did those two Rob's art casts that are up on the playlist.
Mhm.
I could see some of that, like, oh, look, here's me trying to do this thing. And I did not intentionally go to make that work, just.
Mhm.
This is my, like, wanting to make Mega Man Legends into the DC Universe thing.
Right.
This is my love of Mega Man Legends. Some guy was like, very Mega Man-y. I'm like, very astute.
And
And, you know,
right,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like Mega Man Legends?
I gotta keep this fairly simple. PG-34.
All right, I'm gonna look up bullets.
BG-49. Do we even use BG-34 anymore? I bet you I don't. So I gotta look at, like, there we go, BG-34.
It's kind of
See, that's not enough contrast.
that's a warm gray with
So let's just add that. GO4. And I only need one of these. What am I looking at? Yeah, we'll stick with the green versus the FYG1. My bad, I didn't know you had a day job. I'm still news to you guys. Why do I prefer exaggerated anatomy? Why do I prefer exaggerated anatomy? Because comic books and cartoons have exaggerated anatomy. There's two kinds of artists, man. Like people that draw portraits and people who kind of draw cartoons. It's like how I see it. I'm not a portrait guy.
right. We lean more on the Joe Mad kind of
I guess. I mean, it's like I'm
side.
sitting here with Joe Matt's art, like open
No,
wide
I
awake.
meant like it's realistic to a point, but then you got to have fun magic to it. I
I like comic books and cartoons,
right,
and like Akira, it looks animated, but it's no less serious. For some reason in America, it's just cartoons are seen cartoons or for little kids. Yet Rick and Morty is not for little kids.
right,
you know, um,
and that's drawn crudely. It's very crude.
crude. It's stylized. It's crude.
I don't. I'm not good with
Crude.
I'm not good with terminology,
Great
sir.
way of just putting down all the animators on that project.
I love that show. It's not putting them
Yeah.
down. It's just it's purposely
Cartoons excite me, like
drawn.
designs and like the Star Wars art back when it was painted, when like the ships become diamonds and you could see that they're drawings. Like that's the stuff that like inspired me to be an artist. And when I see things that are just like a
So
silhouette with
shapes.
well, when I see things that are just like there's a car and then they added in like a photo of a car and then put in a picture of Hugh Jackman, that doesn't interest me any, like it's just
Right.
and this is also why I don't have a career. Like because I like this stuff,
Right.
and you know, I think the most realistic art I kind of like would be Jim Lee and like Phil Noto. Like that would be about it.
Hmm.
You know, so
Any tips for capturing a character's likeness, Rob? Asks Ash.
uh, it depends. I mean, if you're really like when I work on covers for Japanese companies, specifically Japanese companies, I just find something they already did and I trace their face. Same way that if it was an actor's likeness, like when I worked on the X-Men 3 shirts, Hugh
Hmm.
Jackman had to sign off on all of his apparel. He had a
Really?
deal. Oh yeah, he had a deal. So you just use photos of Hugh Jackman's face in the same way like, Mondo, they just trace over actors. It's
Right.
drawn, but they trace over it. In that case, you do that, and then you kind of push shapes in and out as much as you can. But like I just did something back in January. It's taken 9 months to get approvals because the Japanese are just picky. Like they're like move
Hmm.
the ear, rotate it 15%. Shrink down 5%. And you're just like fuck. It's a cartoon. It's ridiculous. In terms of developing my own look, if you wanted to make a character that feels like the character and yet still has your own style, that comes down to shape play and silhouette and emotion. So if you want more of a fun, heroic character, you're looking at square jaws. If you're looking at, bruiser type characters, bigger, rounder characters, bigger chin, smaller face, smaller chin. Does that make sense? Like you can make the eyes and nose and mouth really big and have a small face. Um, Bigger eyes, cuter characters, smaller eyes, more serious, things like that.
Right.
At this point, like I try to steer away from projects that require me to. Like when I work on Skylanders, every one of those things has to be approved, by Activision. So that can and can't be fun. It depends on
Hmm.
how you do it. I need to look at his. I don't really remember what his costume colors are. He goes green and black. I don't know the order.
With white
Yeah,
gloves.
great. I don't know. I have to look, Brandon. like, I don't, I don't keep the characters in my head. I've never been able to do that, by the way. You know, what kind of gets to me, can throw me off is when like you have a character that's in your head too much, like, and there's nothing you feel you can add to it. Like, it's hard for me to draw Batman because what am I gonna do that Frank Miller or Greg Capullo or you know what I mean, Jose Lopez Garcia or Mike Mignola haven't or Bruce Timm haven't already done. Does that make any sense? Like
Hmm.
gets a little difficult for me.
That's not the best picture. Sent you a picture. Um, I'm coloring. I'm about to color the bullets. I was thinking of just using a W5, a warm gray for the main color.
So that's why I tend to like to practice some of these color schemes before I start, so that I'm not trying to guess this while I'm working on it. Why are you using the military camo? Hey,
For
where's
the
that putty color? You should be using YG91.
YG. For the main color of the bullets.
Yeah, just try that first, and then add W5 or a W7 for shade.
Okay. All right, because
You're
bullet.
overthinking it.
I don't ever draw guns or
Yeah,
bullets.
but the
So.
putty color will get you.
All right, let me try that. That's another thing I never drew. I never was a big fan of like guns and stuff, so I never drew them.
You just like the muscles, right?
I wasn't a big fan of the muscular heroes. I mean,
Just like
Daredevil's
them
my favorite hero.
muscles. Muscles.
No, I like skinny brawlers. Those are Daredevil, the Crow, Batman when he's not ginormous.
Yeah, I remember when I was practicing some of that Stephen Platt stuff, and you were like, "Oh, draw me a Green Arrow and a Daredevil or something," and they were like super. You're like, they're way huge. I don't know. I'm like, that's. I'm not really drawing the way you might want me to right now. I don't know.
Yeah, I have them. I actually found the whole. I have a kick-ass Mr. Sinister and the Green Arrow versus Hawkeye picture you drew me. I they're just in a folder. But yeah, Hawkeye and Green Arrow are buff as fuck. Like they definitely did not skip chest day or upper body. Which ain't bad. It's still dope, but it was just funny. I was like, okay.
Did
Okay.
you guys think Luke Cage was boring? No, I don't think it's boring. I like that the shows are taking their time. What I would say is the show got a lot right. What it didn't do as well as it could have was two things. One, I think they should do a better job of displaying the geography of these areas in New York in the first few episodes. Like they should really explain to you in a clever way, like the geography of Harlem, and allow the cinematography to come in. Like if you look at the way movies used to be shot in the 70s, like in the French Connection, you'd be sitting in a bus sometimes with the character and just travel. And these Jessica Jones does that, and the shows have the room and the time to do that. But they kind of don't set the geography. They just tell you where Harlem is. I don't know where Harlem is in relationship to Hell's Kitchen. You know what I mean? Like the show should do that without me having to go to Google.
Right.
And then two, it could be less comic book plotty. When it was um, like getting people to do things to do that to cover up this to do that. Like I think the relationships between the characters were really cool, like the family histories and stuff like that. But it could have structured the story more toward that way. But man, I don't know, guys, dude. It's hard to fucking write these shows and get them made. So I'll take Luke Cage and Jessica Jones and Daredevil over fucking Arrow and Flash and all that shit any day. So I like that they're dark and gritty and they kind of take their time. You know,
Yeah.
that's my kind of stuff.
I liked I liked the vulnerability of like Cottonmouth when he's just sitting there at his keyboard. You know, I
Yeah,
like that. Just like he's the bad guy, but it's like it's not. I don't want to say it's not his fault, but you could tell like this guy has had it pretty fucked up.
yeah.
So
I don't think characters should be defined by their costumes. I don't think the villains should have costumes. I mean, they do present a problem. How do you fight, Luke Cage? So they did one thing, they took his powers away, and then they gave a guy powers to fight him. So, and then we could say the designs are lame, but I don't know. Like, I don't know how well or how not well they should be. I don't know, man. That's all subjective.
right.
You know,
Um. Well, yeah, I think
the Quicksilver looks like shit, and his costume design on its own doesn't really stand out in X Men: Days of Future Past, but in the movie, he works. So I don't know if that, but again, the atmosphere of Luke Cage is brilliant. The acting, the characters are great. Strong female heroes, strong female villains. I mean, the fact that they're willing to actually show people get murdered in these shows like they would be in real life. It really reminds me of like the direction that remember Unbreakable? Did you ever see that movie, Brandon?
hmm
Kind of it makes me feel like the way Unbreakable should have gone.
right.
The kind of
I
universe.
Ash said something here, and I kind of agree with it. He was saying that I thought the action in Luke Cage felt kind of flat. There. I thought that on some of the when he goes to bust up the warehouse, it's cool, but I felt like some of the action wasn't as fluid. Like the fighting, it didn't seem as fluid as I've seen in Jessica Jones or
Or
Daredevil,
maybe they
whatever.
intentionally didn't want to do. I don't know. It's hard to say.
That's
I'd
what I'm
like to
saying. Yeah.
hear where they were coming from. So what they're
Right.
capable of doing, we know. Different showrunners, different takes on things. When he took a car door and wrapped it around a guy, that was pretty awesome.
Right.
So I sort of felt like maybe Luke Cage definitely should have more of a Breaking Bad vibe to it. You know, um,
Hmm.
but that all being said, dude, you know, I'll take it.
Yeah, I said it was funny when they did that flashback of him busting out of jail, and he had the classic costume look with that open blouse. He's got the wristbands on and the chain for the belt.
And they didn't have to do it, so there's a good Easter egg for people.
Right. I think, and I think Diamond's costume. I mean, I don't think it
He
was
looked like
too
a
lame.
snake. He looked kind
Yeah,
of like a
he looked like
snake.
yeah, he had the snake texture, and
Yeah.
it's an homage to his original look in the '70s. Because like I looked it up because obviously I didn't read comic books back then because I wasn't born. But his look is just an updated version of his '70s look. He had the same thing. He had the V
The
neck with the
problem
yellow
is the way
underneath.
they lit the fight, I think, was a little all over. And it's supposed to be in the middle of the night. So I think people complained that Daredevil 1 was too dark, and they've been trying to lighten the shows up since. And I felt like with Luke Cage, it could have gone. I mean, the way they lit the club was fantastic, you
Oh
know?
yeah,
And so I think the last battle, much like Daredevil Season 1, the final battle between him and Kingpin wasn't the best part of that series. Doesn't mean
right.
the series is bad, it just wasn't the best part. Um, they fixed that with Season 2, in my opinion. So, but yeah, dude, I enjoyed it.
And it's hard not to like. What's the actor's name that plays Luke Cage?
Mike Coulter.
He's
Yeah,
just cool. Like
everyone
he's
in that
just
show is cool, man. Like the guy who played Pops was dope. The Fisher guy, the guy who played Chess, he was dope. You
yeah.
know, he was cool,
They,
man.
they did a good. I mean, Marvel just Netflix, Marvel, all them. Their casting is just on point. Like I just their casting is so good. There hasn't been really many casting I didn't like characters, and that's not just because the acting. It could just be the role. Like the Quicksilver, you know, uh, it wasn't bad, but that could just be they didn't give him much, or maybe it's just I like that actor. I liked him in Kick Ass and stuff. I mean, he's not bad. I liked him in a
You're
couple
talking
other
about the
movies, but
Avengers version of Quicksilver,
yeah, the
Aaron
Avengers version.
Johnson, right?
Yeah. So I mean, other than that, like everybody's casting been pretty on point. I like the guy. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce his name, but the guy in Doctor Strange.
Chiwetel
Yeah,
Ejiofor. He was in Serenity.
yeah, in Serenity. I liked him a lot. I just like hearing him talk. Like when he talks, I'm just like, this dude is just. I wouldn't fuck with this
I
guy.
love when he
Like,
tells that guy when people have failed as badly as you, they would fall on their own sword. Well, it's a good thing we don't have a sword. It just so happens.
right.
Ah, yeah, that's when an actor can elevate the material.
Yeah. Oh, no rush, but I sent you a picture
I'd get
with
some
the.
of those guys, much like in Daredevil, they need to get some of those Boston legal guys to kind of write the courtroom stuff. On Luke
Mhm.
Cage, I think they need some of those guys that worked on Fargo, and Breaking Bad to come in and build some of the gangster stuff. You know what I mean? Just to pump it up a little bit
Right.
in terms of crime story arcs and stuff. Because I like the low level crime stories more than the galactic end of the world, stuff. That's why I like Batman. I just want Batman. Like, I'm not looking forward to seeing Batman fight intergalactic aliens. Like, I don't know if that's quite my thing. I want to see Batman fight Red Hood.
Yeah.
Like when we do in Arkham Knight when you had to fight Deathstroke or Jason, whoever the fuck it was with the tank, I was pissed off, dude. I was like, I can't just fight the guy. Like, why do I have to use the fucking tank mobile?
Yeah.
All right, so pretty
Check your
simple.
phone when you get a chance.
What's it?
I did what you said. YG91 with a W5.
The one on the right,
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
You want the cores to be lighter and the outsides to be darker.
Okay. So just follow that all the way, the wrap around with the
Yeah,
bullets.
just wrap it around.
All right. Rob, are you gonna watch the Shin Godzilla?
At some point, Not right away. I'm in the
I
middle
will.
of
I will
watching.
not.
I'm in the middle of well, I like Eno. He's the guy who did Evangelion, so I'm a big
Oh,
fan.
okay.
Yeah, so yeah, same guy. So he took a break from the Evangelion rebuild to go do Godzilla. So worth watching. That being said, I'm just in the middle of too many things right now. Like I'm watching Food Wars, uh, and I'm watching a bunch of Dofus stuff. There's a bunch of anime I'm in the middle of. So I'll get to it. And then next thing you know, we got some movies coming out, right? So
Hmm. I saw The Accountant over the weekend. That was really good. I like that a lot.
I say I wanted to go see it. I just
It's good.
haven't had the
It's
time,
yeah.
man.
I like it a lot. I give it a 9 out of 10.
That's good. I haven't had the time. Hmm. I like Batman in his own universe. See, I don't like Gotham at all, but people love that show or dislike it tremendously. I'm in the not my show.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Tom's the one who's a big Godzilla fan, right?
Yeah. Tom hates everything though, so I couldn't tell you if he'll like this one or not. You know, he
I
holds
thought I
no
saw him.
loyalty to any.
I thought I saw him post something about it yesterday or today.
I
Let's
don't
see.
know.
Tom Hutchison.
All
Does
right,
he
so
live in San Diego?
no, he lives out in your neck of the woods now.
Oh, in Arizona.
Yeah.
I guess he's a big Chargers fan because his main pitcher is Philip Rivers, quarterback for the
I
Chargers.
don't. Maybe he just hates the Cardinals and you just found your guys' like nemesis.
Let's see.
I got you. Yeah, I like Batman in Gotham City. I don't need Batman traveling the world. Let's see here. So there's that.
He's got too many posts. I can't.
I told you, it's like meme
That's
city.
that's just too
Oh, the
much.
hair. The hair I need to work out. So get the hair down to 2 colors because there's not much room there. I want to say 5 more. 3, 1. Oh yeah, I need to kind of lighten the hair up a bit as well. So 3, 1, 3, 5. What is your guys' favorite cartoon of all time? Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Darkwing Duck.
uh, if I could only take one to an island, I'd bring Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You know,
Pokemon? No.
you can't
Um,
watch that cartoon over and over again, bro.
no.
Mm.
Probably
Look, for nostalgia's sake, when I was a kid and stuff like that, you know what I
right.
mean? Like, look, Batman the Animated is great, you know? But if I could only sit through one thing over and over again, it'd be Full Metal. Like, you know, maybe Kill La Kill, I could do that too, you know? But
Yeah.
there's more Full Metal than Kill La Kill, so.
Right.
Um, I like the character arcs in Full Metal. And then the animation is brilliant, the world building. It's a place I could think about all day. You know, I could just think about that universe constantly. Helsing's cool. Naruto doesn't end. I need stories that end. No, that ain't gonna work. Ah, that that is a dead marker. It's a reboot. Yeah, but it actually follows the actual manga. The anime got to a point and then did its own thing. So Brotherhood's actually what the story is. The original anime is fuck all. You get to about the 15th episode and then it becomes its own thing. And the actual story is way better than the anime. I mean the first anime. In terms of like, let's say an American cartoon, I'd probably be able to watch DuckTales over and over again. You know, DuckTales and Beavis and Butthead.
I'd probably say the first couple seasons of the X-Men '90s animated cartoon.
I hate the
Not
animation, bro.
not the
I
like
hate the
the
animation.
later season where they did the shitty outsourced art,
I
but
hate the animation so bad. And that
but they had
makes me think.
so much
It
cool
wasn't good
stuff.
even then. I know, and everyone goes like, the animation shit, but the stories are kind of cool. And I was like, it was tough. That was bad animation for the day. Like the Tick cartoons animated way better than the X Men cartoon.
I'm fine with it.
It's hard to watch, man.
There's bad moments.
Brotherhood's the patch. It really is. So good though.
No. Can't do it anymore. Don't want to get hit with the.
Yeah.
I had to stop.
I also like have a soft spot for the original Danger Mouse and Count Duckula.
Darkwing Duck is where it's at, son. Darkwing Duck.
You know, Darkwing Duck and DuckTales are in separate universes.
Really?
Yeah, we should have covered that on the podcast tonight, but Boom Studios is doing both, and they said because the guy just said no because Launchpad is not the same Launchpad. They're in multiple universes. I'm
Huh.
like, stupid. All right, so the white. I need
I liked Gargoyles also. Gargoyles is one of my faves.
white. Where's my B00? Oh, there it is. So, yeah, no problem, Tiger. Like VO1.
Ash said they need a live-action Gargoyles movie. Yeah, as long as Michael Bay doesn't produce it, I'm cool with that.
The problem is Disney doesn't completely own the rights to it. That guy does.
What
So
guy?
the guy who wrote it. So I wouldn't count on that happening.
Right. We're gonna do a kind of a thing on the Power Rangers new trailer that came out over while you were gone.
No. You can bring that up on the cast, dude. You can write that in. That's the place to talk about it. I'm not doing its own video.
Alright.
I haven't seen it yet, so put that on for next week.
It,
Episode 48.
it's something interesting. All right. It'll it's a movie.
Don't know about that.
I still to this day like the original Power Rangers movie, the one their suits when they get the like cool leather
I know you do.
suits. Those suits are dope. Like as far as like cool superhero suits, those are cool. They got cool design, everything. I thought it was dope compared to their like cloth uniform. They were cool. So
See,
whatever.
Keep a tab on the chat window, Brandon.
Okay, let's see.
Losing track.
Ash says, do you recommend getting a Cintiq with the touch option, or
No.
is a regular Cintiq just fine?
No, you don't need the touch. Just get
I never use one, but I can't do anything digital stuff with the damn tablet. Not sure if touch feature is worth the extra $200.
Nope. No touch.
No touch.
That's why I got the iPad Pro with the pencil, because it doesn't have the recognition while you use the pen. It doesn't use your. It's a whole thing. So, but yeah, to get a Cintiq, get the no touch. Pointless. Otherwise.
That's what we have.
Yeah.
Right, we have the note. Yeah, okay. I have the 21 UX, and you got is it the 24?
No.
HD?
22 HD.
Okay. Is that the one that had the newer one where you can grab it and pull it out past your desk, where it has the mounts and everything?
No.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
No. Don't care. I actually don't. I think it's too big, in my opinion. But they don't make the 18 anymore, so.
What's the one that went out?
22. So the 18's hooked back up.
And you sent the 22 off to get fixed, right?
Yep.
How long is that going to take?
Don't know. However long it takes.
Rob, I don't know who these are, but can you draw Billy and Mandy?
When someone commissions me to do so. Otherwise, it's not on the list. Maybe Kyle will buy one of those one day. Yeah, that I'm not liking that. Maybe I should just use C3.
Yeah, Tiger Fan was saying, after watching amazing action with anime, it's hard to get back into Western cartoons. It's so bad.
Not even just the animation, just the stories. Like the one I just watched last months ago, something with the Seven. So it's like a Lord of the Rings story, right? You know, every 500 years, these heroes gather to stop the evil force, and the evil force is rising. And now it's the time for the heroes to gather up, right? And it's this whole typical story where, you know, the heroes are the chosen ones are appearing with the powers, and they gotta team up. And there's always 7, right? Or 6, you know, warriors. Well, they all show up to this spot, and now there's 7 of them, and they're trapped in this spot. Like they can't get out of it. This thing activated, and it traps them. But there's only supposed to be 6. So who isn't It goes from this like world saving story to like a whodunit, and then now they're slowly being murdered and stuff, and they're trying to figure out
What
who's.
was this?
Yeah, it's like Roca of the Seven or something. It's
And
fucking
this was
awesome,
a.
bro. It's on like
Uh,
Crunchyroll and
oh,
Hulu and
so
all
it's
that
an
shit. Yeah,
anime.
it's an anime. Yeah,
Oh, I thought you were talking about saying
no,
it was a Western,
no,
like an American cartoon.
no. But it has that typical kind of like the heroes gather every so long
Right.
to defeat Sauron kind of like story, and then it turns into this whodunit. It's awesome, you know.
Fair enough. Hmm.
You can't get that in American animation.
Right.
It's not gonna happen. Or The Devil's a Part-Timer, where the devil gets a job at McDonald's.
Is that a real anime?
Yeah, it's called The Devil's a Part-Timer. It's a comedy. It's hilarious.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, you should watch that
Why?
one. You'll enjoy it.
Why would the devil get a part-time job though?
Huh? Because in this dimension, he doesn't really have devil powers. So he's got to earn. He's got his little minion and shit, and they're stuck here, so they get a job at McDonald's. Like who will hire you when you have no experience?
Right.
Yeah, Devil's a Part-Timer. It's a good one.
I have to check that out.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know about that idea.
Don't tell me my putty's going out. Uh, I'm not good with names, so I just say VO. Says my favorite American cartoon was Brave Star.
That was fun back in the day. I mean, when I was a kid, I think the best written cartoon, honestly, dude, was the Ghostbusters cartoon. Like if you look
Mm.
at the writing they were telling on Saturday morning cartoon with like the boogeyman stuff, and they even did the one that dealt with the end of the first movie where their costumes were saturated with the marshmallow stuff, so they ended up being haunted, and Gozer tried to come back through there. So that's why they had different costumes and everything. Like that cartoon for a Saturday morning CBS, 80s cartoon that should not have been good at all, surprisingly has pretty cool storytelling. It's like Twilight Zone for kids in a lot of ways.
Did you like Ronin Warriors?
Yeah, I actually thought one of the funner cartoons from the 90s was the King Arthur's Court or whatever, like that football team goes back and they become Knights of the Round or whatever. That was fun. They actually made like a brawler, like a Final Fight style
Hmm.
brawler on the Super Nintendo that was actually pretty good.
Take your word for it.
All right. That's how we'll do that. All right, so let's write these codes down. Little Witch Academia is going to be amazing. Oh yeah, the Little Witch Academia is going to be a full series on Netflix next year. They're adapting the anime into a full series. The trailer just came out. So Netflix is spending that Netflix money wisely because that anime is phenomenal. VG34 YG13 C10 C7 C3 C5 5 E31 E35. Hello, King Arthur and Ice of Justice. Yeah, they had the cool armor.
Asteroid said he was a huge Samurai Jack fan.
Oh yeah, it's a little bit older. That's when 2000, 2001. That was the last time I went to Comic Con. I tried to go to that panel and I waited 9 hours and I couldn't get in. And I was like, fuck Comic Con. Like I was done.
9 hours, damn.
Yeah, I missed the entire con trying to get into that panel. It's the last time I bothered.
Didn't you suggest a long time ago that they could stream the Comic Con panels, but maybe just a small fee? Like if you wanted to watch all the
Yeah, they can
panels.
do it now, but they don't do them live. They do them like after, and they cut out all the fucking spoiler shit.
Oh,
So instead, that would be fine if it were like actual comic book guys talking, but now it's all actors.
right,
And I don't give a fuck what actors think. Like, what's it gonna be? We had such a great time. Everyone was amazing. Ha ha ha. You know,
right.
like I don't want to watch that. Like, I would stream Jim Lee talking about drawing fucking Batman, or Capullo for an hour and a half. That would be amazing.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. You won't get the actual like
you
real
can't get
stuff.
adult humor. It just like Rick and Morty, right? They're doing it. So, all right. And then C3, B00, V01, and then these three. YR14, YR02, E00. Samurai Deeper. I'll check it out. What's Brandon working on?
I am working on a War Machine sketch cover, and
It's on his
if you,
Instagram if you want to check it out.
yeah, at Lead Heavy, LEAD Heavy. If you want to check it out, I posted pictures on it. Right now, I'm just finishing coloring all the suit and bullets, and then I'm gonna work on his blaster boots, and then highlights and background and all that good stuff. It's got a ways to go, probably another couple hours, but I'm working on it steadily.
Whew. What time is it? 11:20. Man, time flies, bro. This is why, like, at night, I'll be doing Game Cave.
Hmm.
Just today I had to invert it because of the podcast.
Let's see, so thank you, Tiger.
But yeah, it turns out one of my other uncles is in the hospital now. They're like, he might not make it. I'm like, I can't keep doing this. Every fucking winter, you know? Someone's dying in my family. I gotta go back out, you know?
Right.
But it's ridiculous. No one in my family took care of themselves. That's what this is all about, you know?
Right.
That's really what it is. It's not unfortunate. It's just a bunch of people just didn't ever take care of their health. And now it's fucking fun time. So if it looks like he's not going to make it, I got to go out there.
Would you fly or drive?
I'd probably just drive. I'll do the math on gas, you know?
Hmm.
If it's cheaper to fly, I'll do that. But if my cousin has to go out, then she'll just drive from Montana down here and I'll drive the rest of the way.
How far is she?
She's 8 hours from me. North. So it'd be on the way for her, you know?
Right.
I'm like 8 hours from everyone now.
Are you 8 hours? Well, except for me.
Yeah, you're 13.
That's not that bad. I say that because I don't have to drive it right now, but
It's not
little.
that bad if you got a ton of podcasts to listen to. I don't mind long distance driving. Doesn't really. Would I mind long distance driving when I haven't slept in 5 days because I've been preparing for con and now I have to go to con and hand draw when I get there? Then I mind. You know? That's no fun. Well, let's see. It's 11:30. So the color guide's pretty much figured out. Um, I might have to just wait to color it in the morning, though. Well, actually, what is my worst? My wife has to get up at 5. She's gonna get up at 5. Maybe I should just color this. Stay up.
You're trying to keep your sleep schedule the
So am
same.
I, but you know what I mean? Like I'm co-pilot over here, man. I have to support, you know, like I gotta make sure she gets up. You know what I mean?
All right.
That's more important than my regular sleep schedule. So why don't I just print one of these out and get it going? Get this thing knocked out. Fuck it. Fuck it. So what'd you think of all the game cave stuff?
I talking about it, or
Yeah.
that was exciting. It made me want to like stab myself in the eye with a pen. Hey Rob, what's the? Well, actually, I'll ask this other question first because that'll be a short answer. Rob, have you seen Chamba's stuff? That guy is so fast and good with colors.
Yeah, I've seen Chama's stuff. He's cool.
And then Brain asks, what's the worst job you've taken that you never want to do again?
I don't know. T-shirts. I don't know. I don't know, man. I haven't had very many great jobs, so they've all kind of sucked.
But what's a specific like commit? What's the worst commission you've taken that you just wish you didn't have to do again ever?
Well, I don't have to do any commissions now, so there's that wise ass answer, and that I don't have to do
Uh huh.
anything. I would just say no. Um, I don't do any original characters, like people's original characters. That I don't do because what I found out people were doing was they were using those commissions of their original characters to create books that they can sell. They weren't commissioned so much as they were shitty freelance, you know?
Right.
So I don't do that.
That's good.
In terms of jobs I've hated working on, I don't know, man. I mean, I didn't enjoy doing the Skylanders interiors. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I know that much. I was like pounding my head through a wall to get it done. There's just no artistic input on that whatsoever. You know?
Right.
But overall, right now, the thing that I can tell you I definitely turn down all the time is t-shirt work. I just turn it down. I go, nope, can't do it. You know? And
Right.
I probably need to half the time, but just it'd be easy money. But then I'm like, yeah, but then I'll be stuck doing this, and then I won't be working on Game Cave or doing anything else. I'll just be working on t-shirts. And then another 4 years will go by, so.
Yep.
Ah, need a paper towel.
Whew. Man, coloring all these bullets, making my fingers hurt. But it looking good. Tiger fan says I'm getting asked to do logos. Dot dot dot.
It's on you. If you enjoy doing them, then there you go. I had a guy recently was trying to get me to do. My cousin married this guy. Nice people. My cousin draws, you know that thing. And then
Yeah.
they're like they wanted me to draw some comic book style stuff. Turned out to be like for an ad. And I'm like, I could see they wanted something very Jack Kirby-ish, you know. And I'm like, I'm not
Right.
your guy, you know. Like I'm not, you know. But you could do it. I'm like, I
They can do a
could
lot of
technically
things.
run fucking 10 miles, but you know what I mean. It's not something I'm gonna sit around devoting myself to here, you know.
Yeah.
So
Did you say those words? I could run 10 miles.
I just said I'm not the guy for this project. I don't have
Right.
the time. I got out of it quickly. I thought we were just talking to meet up about it, and like I was on a speakerphone with his art director, you know, and I'm like, am I interviewing for a job? Like that was strange. I was like, yeah, I had to find a way to get out of that conversation fast. That was a couple months ago. And try not to be rude about it, but I could tell you know what I mean? I was rude no matter what I did, you know?
Right.
Um, they
That's
probably thought
funny.
they were going to talk to me, get it done, and, you know, and I'm just like, I haven't even, you guys haven't even, we haven't gotten it done. I don't know you. We've never even gotten a
Yeah.
coffee together. You know, I need a, you got to tickle me before we, you know what I mean?
You,
Like,
you gotta wine and dine me here.
yeah, you know, like, this,
That's funny. So I said my hands hurting from coloring all these bullets, and Brain says, "Brandon, that is pain. That is pain. I'm tired. That pain is weakness leaving your body.
yeah, it's weakness leaving your body. You're weak.
Not weak. I work with my hands all day, drilling, tearing down,
Yeah,
strapping, bolting.
creatively, you're weak.
So yeah, I mean your hands are probably soft as like
Yes,
silk.
yes, they are. They're
You're-
very soft.
yeah. So
Thank you.
you're welcome. So I mean, these hands are just they're just tired from doing all that physical Bullshit all day.
Oh.
I'm not using it as an excuse. I'm just saying.
Oh no, you're using it as an excuse.
No, I'm just saying
I'm
that's
not
why it
racist. I'm
hurts.
just, just saying.
Uh,
I'll,
his hands need lotion. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Hands need lotion. They're pretty. Whatever.
Mhm.
I don't care. Uh, Tiger asks, "Is this the final pass with colors?"
yeah, I'm just getting on with it. Didn't really plan on doing it, but since I have to be up anyway, may as well.
So you're just gonna stay up all the way through the night.
Till at least 5, yeah. Or probably 6 o'clock until my wife leaves the fucking house. Like I could just, I just know. You know, I'm that guy, man. It's my role. And then I'll probably get about 5 hours. Get up around 11. Get back to work. There's tons to do. I got to power through some of these easy commissions fairly quickly. So I could tell you the next thing up will be this Diablo when I get those lines drawn. And I got to do a second Gambit. So I'll probably get the Gambit color tomorrow. Try to get the Diablo set up, if not colored as well. But I'll definitely get it drawn tomorrow. Then I'll probably have to do the Diablo afterward. Probably be a little. Probably.
Tiger says, "Brand, your Dark Knight 3 drawing is sick. Were you a big fan of the BVS armored bat suit?" Thanks, Tiger. Rob actually did the layouts for that Dark Knight 3 piece, and then I did all the finish work. But yeah, I like the BVS armored bat suit. I thought it was a cool, close representation to the original graphic novel, so it was cool. I like it. Um, I actually, even though it has no point in the movie, my favorite look of Batman in that whole movie is probably the Nightmare Batman. If I have Rob do another commission in my sketchbook next year, I'll probably have him do the Nightmare Batman with the scarf and the goggles. It's just a cool look. Batman is just a beast. So, I mean, no purpose in the movie other than just a cool scene. Night, Brain. Brain's going to bed. It's 1 a.m. where he's at, and he's got to work
Later.
later.
I'll be back on tomorrow.
Is the Diablo for Josh White, or Josh White just excited for the fact you said Diablo?
Oh no, that's probably for him. I put it in the Trello, but that sounds about right. Then I got the one punch for Kyle.
Oh, that's
And I
for
got
Kyle? Nice.
yeah. Then I got that Batman to do. I gotta finish Kyle's fucking Rick and Morty, and then I gotta
You
finish that
downloaded those
Overwatch.
flats I did, right?
Probably. I told you we'll have to go over that. It's not been high on my list to check where I got everything right now.
Right. If not, I'll resend it. Just let me know like the night or morning before. That way you're
These
not
people
waiting.
asked me, it's like the guy for the Batman was like, "Hey man, he's being cool." He's like, "Oh, I'm like, "Come on." Then the Overwatch David, he's cool. He's like, "So when do you think, maybe if I send you more money?" I'm like, "It's not the money, guy. Just, like these guys, like they're cool, but they gotta understand too. Like, and they do. I'm not saying they don't. Just a figure of speech, but it's like, like with the Overwatch piece, like I agreed to draw that with the plushies and stuff, but that was going to be all digital. Then he was like, oh, I really would just like Copics. They just keep pushing for shit. And so then I'm like, you know, I can't color the whole fucking thing in Copics, man. Like you guys just don't understand. It will become a muddled mess. It has
All
to be
right.
super large for that, and you didn't. 250. That's a $400, $500 commission. You know what I mean? Like really. So, you know, at this point, the way I was going to do it was draw it, ink it digitally, have you do the flats, color it digitally, and then just the character Mercy I would do in Copics,
Uh huh.
separately. So, but think about the planning that goes into that.
Right.
You know what I mean? I just like all the time. I have to go dig up all the characters. I have to figure out I'm going to do all those characters, and they all have to be on there because when I tried not to do that, everyone was like, "You forgot a character." So I had to have
Right.
all these characters, put them all on there. You know, I have to make sure she looks good. I have to have her drawn so that I gotta, it's just like, guys, it's a lot of work, and so moving forward. That was like that was my final straw. I'm like, I'm not doing those complicated things anymore. See this Hell
Right.
Jordan? This is as complicated as it's getting for me,
But it's still badass. So
you know. But I'm not doing it. So when I do some complicated shit on my own, you want a commission just like that? The answer is no.
I'll yell out no.
You know.
Tiger. Yeah, I understood that the Nightmare Batman was like a whole future Flash coming back, all that stuff. I got it. I understand what it was going on. I'm just saying there wasn't really a point to it because it just wasn't needed in the movie. I mean, like a lot of things in that movie, there wasn't a lot of stuff that was needed, but it was cool to see. But I like the movie. I've watched it a couple times. I love Batman. I love Ben Affleck's Batman. So I mean, would you agree, Rob? There really wasn't a point to have that whole scene in the movie, other than it just was a cool futuristic scene.
Yeah, we covered this extensively. We did a Batman v Superman review on the playlist. If you dig in this Sketchcraft Live playlist, um, we covered that for like 2 hours. I gave a
Right.
giant review on that, and that's worth listening to. We had Richard on that one, so that was fun. He's fun.
That's right. Yeah, I'm just laughing about his website name.
He bought it, and he
Did
put
he
pictures of
really?
her on there. Yeah,
Shut the fuck up.
haven't been able to have him back on since, but I got to make sure it's all up. But yeah,
You're
give him
lying.
props. Type it in.
Well, it was.
Upskirt
Was
Wonder
it
Woman or whatever.
Personal? Yeah.
www.upskirtwonderwoman. Like, he
Uh,
actually went and got it and put pictures of Gal Gadot on there. Like,
that's fucking awesome.
yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't do
he's
it, but
fun, right? Like,
it's funny that he did it.
I don't want to be that guy, but yeah.
No, I don't either, but it's funny that someone is that guy. Oh, these bullets are done. They look very bullet-like, or at least to the best that I've ever done a bullet. See, I disagree. Tiger says Lex Luthor needs to be retcon. He was horrible. I liked
You don't
I
have to
liked what.
retcon everything, guys. Let me explain something to you, right? Here's the problem with comic book people, right? I'm not a comic book guy. I like the comic book characters. I was always into like independent comics, like Turtles and Spawn, and you know. The problem with comic book people is the minute it doesn't work, they just want to reboot the whole universe, you know. And you know what movie did not work when it came out? It's called Star Trek. Star Trek: The Motion Picture did not work. Now I stand to think that the full unedited version of Robert Weiss's Star Trek is a pretty good film. I like to watch it. It's slow. People generally don't like it. It's boring, but I like it. But when it came out, it didn't work. They didn't retcon the whole thing. You know what they did? They made a leaner, meaner movie called Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. You know, so you just come
Mm,
back and you fix the things that didn't work. You know, it doesn't mean you have to retcon. It just means you make a leaner, meaner version that you get down to the core characters and you move on with things. You know, you can fix that. You don't have to have him talking about the devils and gods beneath us and all that shit. You just write him some better dialogue that's more befitting of Lex Luthor. Problem solved. You know?
yeah,
And if he doesn't want to play that ball, then you just hire someone to play his father, and then you make him the Lex Luthor. And move on with the kid. You know? I mean, they didn't retcon Iron Man because Terrence Howard, flipped the fuck out, right? They just found someone else to play Rhodey. I personally think Terrence Howard was a better Rhodey than Don, Cheadle, but you don't retcon the whole universe because one little element ain't working right.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you want a DC movie where nothing works right, right? That deserves a retcon. It's called the Catwoman movie. That's when you retcon something. Like, retconning
Yeah.
is just going to confuse people and piss off, the the film audience.
Right.
You just make a movie that gets buzz. I didn't like that other one, but I heard this one's really good. Just like the prequels suck, but you make some better Star Wars movies. You don't worry about it. You go, well, you should go back and fix those prequels. I'm like, you should just move past it. Like, stop holding on to that.
Right.
Just let's move on. There's other shit to do. I mean, how many 0 hours slash Infinity Crisis, Crisis 18, none of it ever works, Like, it's the new 52, and then now it isn't. It's Rebirth. I don't know, man, You just give yourself a new direction and move on. The worst thing, it's like the DC cartoons, or hell, fucking, how many Spider-Man cartoons were, now he's going to be a teenager in high school. You're like, yeah, great. Didn't you already do that cartoon? Now we're going to do it again. Let's have another Batman cartoon. That's like, I hear the Telltale game's really good, but I don't want another Batman origin story. I was really
Right.
hoping we'd get something different. I want to play it. It's just I don't want to play another Batman origin story.
Right.
You know?
Oh, I agree.
FYG2. Where did I put FYG2? Did I put that back? I put it back.
Ash, Trello is pretty damn cool. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, no problem. Really helps out. Brandon needs to keep his shit updated.
Nah. I updated it. I checked it off.
He doesn't want to be held accountable.
Nope.
It's like when I put the harness on my dog, ears go flat.
Your dog listens better than me.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Why did they make Green Lantern's weakness yellow? Because that's the core color of green. Shouldn't it just been red? The thing on the opposite end of the color spectrum?
It looked too much like Christmas.
That would be his nemesis.
Santa Claus?
The color red.
I
From a
know.
color balance. Like, right?
Nobody
He
wants.
has
Nobody
yellow
wants.
in green, dude. It doesn't even
Just
make any fucking sense.
nobody wants to see red and green fighting all the time.
Stupid.
wonder, do I still have this? I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna see Doctor Strange in IMAX or IMAX
Yep.
3D?
IMAX 3D. I'm telling you. John Campea says it's the greatest visual effects he's ever seen. And this is a guy who worked on visual effects. Like, he says it's just, we haven't seen shit. Like, it's crazy.
Wonder who directed Doctor Strange. Let's
It's
see.
Scott Derrickson.
What else did he direct?
Slither, shit like that. Like horror movies, man.
Huh.
Exorcism of Emily Rose. That
So you
was
know
dope.
so it'll have a dark side to it.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool. I like that villain's eyes where it looks like his skin's cracking. That shit's pretty wild.
Yeah.
If it's that good, would you see it twice?
Yep.
That's rare.
Saw Deadpool like 4 times.
Yeah.
Saw episode 7, I think 3 times.
I saw it. 2 or 3. I saw it 2 times for sure. In IMAX
I'll be
3D.
using up probably all my movie money on Doctor Strange and Rogue One. You know.
Right. Uh, let's see. Ash said he saw episode 7 one time. He's hoping Rogue One was a lot better. And Josh White said, I think Rogue One is going to be way better than episode 7.
I get the internet's opinion on episode 7. I don't agree with it, so you know. I just think I always wonder if they like you guys are like in your 30s, 40s, or 20s. Because if you're in your 20s, you've been spoiled. They've grown up with like The Matrix was the movie that came out when they were 10. You know, had to live through the fucking prequels as a grown adult. You know, it's the first time I could watch a Star Wars movie in 30 years where I didn't cringe every time someone talked. So it wins. No fart jokes.
Ash is 33.
So,
So he's
to
older
each
than
their
me.
own, bro. And not older than me. I'm gonna be 40 soon.
I know, I'm super young. I'm going to live forever.
Look at that.
I'm a spring chicken.
Long as Rogue One's as good as Episode 7, I will be a happy guy. I'm easier to please. I want a used universe. I want people actually dying, and I don't want people saying things like Misa Pudu.
So here's something funny. You're asking about the age. Ash, who said episode 7 was a one-time viewing for him, and he hopes Rogue One's better. He's 33. Now Josh White, who says I think Rogue One is going to be way better than episode 7, is 24.
I don't know,
But
man. Look,
but he
we
didn't.
have.
How did you like episode 7, Josh, or thought it was It was all right.
I don't want to hear how it's a remake of Episode 4. You know, I just don't care. The only thing I wish they would have done in the movie, if I could have sat back and been like, hey, here's my 2 cents on it, was that the key to finding Luke shouldn't have been a map, it should have been Rey. She could use the Force. You know, like they have a map that only goes so far. In order to find Luke, you have to be able to use the Force. You know? Not the dark side, the actual light side. So she would be the key, and then you just give R2 has been with Luke the whole time. Because there's no point for R2 to be sitting there doing nothing. You know? You have the new robot, new droid with BB-8 who's just fine. You know, you do that, and then you don't need the super weapon. You just have it so they captured Rey, so they got to go get her because she's the key to finding Luke Skywalker. You know,
Quit trying to make sense, Rob.
you can just simplify some of these things. That being said, I'll take all the other problems because they're not problems. They're like, well, could have been smarter, but at least there isn't some musical Jedi rocks in the middle of the movie. Kunite! Kunite!
Calm down. Calm down.
So for me, it goes episode 4, episode 5, episode 7. Because Jedi has the Jedi rocks in it now, and I can't get past it. And I was drinking the Kool-Aid when the special editions came out, but when that shit came on, I was like, I'm just going to pretend this doesn't exist. This is bad. Even I'm having a hard time with this one. I mean, JJ has a weakness. It's that he's never been great at setting up villains. Nero was cool because what's his face? Brana sold it. But the plot doesn't make any sense. And he knows it. I mean, he's even said, yeah, we cut stuff out and it doesn't make sense. We just kind of go with it. So, there's that element of filmmaking where it's like, well, um, his best villain's probably uh, Mission Impossible 3. Yeah.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that one. He's just cool though. He just has that like.
But I'm telling you, when I sat in the theater and fucking BB-8 rolls off in the desert and that little alien pops up with the red eyes, the little fucking puppet, I would just shed a tear, bro. I can't believe I'm seeing this shit. We got puppets back. Creepy little fucking puppets in the desert. They're gonna eat your droid and shit. I'm a happy guy.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say.
I'll take that over fucking endless clone armies, endlessly getting tossed around. I think life teaches you good lessons. You think you want to go to art school, then you go to one, you're like, no, that was horrible. You think you want to see the Clone Wars your whole childhood, then you see that, and you're like, that was a complete waste of my life.
At least. Well, all right. I got nothing to add to that. Yeah, no.
My friends keep telling me, you should watch the Clone Wars cartoon. I've tried, and they sit around talking to politicians about the Senate and shit like that, and I'm like, I'm done, I'm out. That's the one thing I can't deal with that. I don't remember one Senate hearing in episodes 4 through 6,
Right.
which is why Jedi's still better than episode 1, even though episode 1 has Darth Maul. Jedi's got fucking Ewoks, but it doesn't have any meetings in the Senate. So, it wins. TKO. Speaking of which, you gonna watch Rousey when she comes back?
Probably.
Yeah, that should be cool.
It's always interesting to see athletes of any sport make a comeback, after something's happened, injury, defeat.
Well, I've gotten more into the MMA thing just listening to Rogan's podcast,
Yeah.
Spent years listening to Coast, but now that show's dead, now I've just switched over to Rogan. So he's got 800 plus fucking episodes on his podcast to dig through. And half of them are, not to say I'm the biggest MMA guy, if I even at all, but just listening to them talk about it passionately. I can listen to people talk about things passionately if I don't even like them.
Right.
They're really into it, so I can get into it, Like I sit here and become like, I think she should have done a something stuck in, what I mean? I'm not gonna become the fucking
Right.
coach. What do they call it? Monday night quarterback or whatever. Couch coaches.
I get you.
But it's like watching episode 7 and expecting it to do what 9 episodes of, or 9 or 11 Marvel movies have done. Like, imagine watching Iron Man 1 now. Like, imagine all these other Marvel movies that come out and now we get Iron Man 1. You'd be like, that's it? Like, like, it's just funny. We'd be way more critical of Iron Man 1. Especially with its weak ass fucking villain.
Ash said that was a cool idea to find Luke. He agrees to what you said. Josh said, I just felt like I had seen it all before from the first 3 flakes. He's talking about episode 7. Ash said, I love the return to practical effects, but the story was hurting nearly as bad as the prequels. LOL. Josh says, I want a solo Darth Maul film. Powerful JRE all day.
We'll see what happens. I want new characters.
11. I'm not done with it, but I'll post a picture for the night. All right, man. I gotta shower and get my lunch ready and all that. Chat tomorrow night.
Same Rob time.
Same SketchCraft channel.
Same Rob channel.
All right, just hit me up tomorrow if you want to chat while I'm at work.
Mm-hmm.
All right, night.
Later. I haven't seen a stormtrooper defect and help the Imperials or the rebels, you know? And I think that the movie could have done more exploring that, you know? Certainly. But I think, look, I worked on Star Wars merchandise for like 5 years, you know? And I gotta tell you guys, like, the prequels ruined Star Wars, even financially. Like, nothing would sell, guys. Like, nothing. Not Darth Maul, nothing, you know? Just like you had only really stupid things like Vader with kittens on a roller coaster. I'm sure you've seen that one, Vader on the roller coaster. Like that's what the prequels did. And episode 7 made it so that Star Wars shit that isn't retarded can fucking sell again. The new toys sell, the new shirts sell, you know. The only character they really didn't give the fucking benefit of the time to was that Phasma character. I mean, the relationship between Phasma and Finn could have been something that you see through, you know. They could have done, you know, but I mean, who knows how many people had the fucking input on the movie, you know? I don't know. If you ever made a $300 million film, who knows how many people sit around coming up with opinions, you know, on what should and shouldn't be done and, you know, like anything else I've worked on, there's always like compromises. You know, you get one thing, but you have to give another. So to get that scene where, you know, Rey's the one who defeats, you know, Kylo Ren might have, well, I don't know if we have a woman. What if it's Finn, you know? And then to get that, they might have had to give something else, you know? Like, we just don't know, you know? So you got to look at, like, you know, but it's hard, man. It's hard. It's one of the reasons why I don't do, like, when I talk about movies, I don't really go to, like, hey, tell me how you feel. Like, I just, it's why I don't like, I've never enjoyed talking about what I enjoy, like movies and stuff. Um, like in comic book stores, you know, because those are like the least reasonable people. Not to say you guys are unreasonable. You're not. You're being reasonable. I'm just saying, you know, to talk about this stuff with fans, it's just, you know, when I was a kid, I mean, even growing up, I mean, you'd get movies that weren't perfect. I mean, Batman with Jack Nicholson wasn't perfect. I never saw Joker as a 55-year-old dude, you know, fat Jack Nicholson Joker fighting Batman, you know, but the movie still worked, you know. And it was a league above, you know, the '60s show. And then the cartoon comes along and shows you how to build an entire universe around those ideas, you know, in the way that Batman Returns couldn't, right? So, and Force Awakens was successful financially in a lot of ways, merchandise, you know, box office. So they'll do more of what works and less of what didn't, you know. Now, whether they can fix the fucking Pirates of the Caribbean movies, that's a whole nother question. Yeah, who knows? But you have no idea. Like I would put Boba Fett on a shirt and I'd be told take him off. He doesn't sell. I put Darth Maul on a shirt, take him off, doesn't sell. You know. I put the only one I could get by that wasn't Darth Vader was the Black Tie Fighter pilot. You know. So when you see like the Death Troopers are all in black armor, I guarantee you licensing had some input on that because stormtroopers in black armor work. Let's let that dry for a second. Yeah, I'm not a fan of these cartoons like Rebels, but I'll probably start checking out the new one just because Thrawn's in it. Do I wish Thrawn was the bad guy in Episode 7? Even if it wasn't an adaptation of the movie. Do I wish Thrawn was in charge of the military and that there wasn't a super weapon and that the Imperials actually had a naval conflict with the rebel fighters in Episode 7? Yeah, absolutely I do. But, you know, I've said many, many times, on the podcast, I believe the Star Wars needs less Joseph Campbell, needs more Akira Kurosawa and World War II films and Western influences. Westerns being literally Westerns. It needs less of these heroes' journeys and giant super weapons and shit. So I think Ryan Johnson's in a good position to give more of that. And definitely Rogue One looks to be more of that, right? So we'll definitely see. I'm with you. They didn't need a giant weapon. What they just needed was this giant military sitting out on the edge of the fucking universe ready to fucking attack. But that they're looking for Luke. Like like for whatever reason, I don't know. But even now, like I read Bloodlines because I was told, hey, Bloodlines solves, explains a lot of this stuff. And even now, the pacing in those books, like the plot of Bloodlines would have been the first third of a Timothy Zahn novel. Like all the events that happen in Bloodlines would have been the setup for a Timothy Zahn novel. They stretch it out, these basic concepts. But I'll watch episode 7 a million fucking times, man. Like there's a lot to love, and there's Mononoke style stuff. Like when she's just scourging through the ships. Thought it needed, 10 more minutes of her living on Tatooine, right? That didn't need to be a desert planet. That could have been a snow planet or maybe a miasma filled planet, like Mononoke. That would have been great, right? Like a spore planet where she's gonna wear the suits. They could have put way more Mononoke in the opening. But I mean, it inspires me versus me when I watch the prequels and I'm just like, shit. Like the biggest thing that hurt for me in the prequels was the fact that Anakin and Owen had no relationship. They weren't even brothers. They just look at one another. I guess that makes us brothers. Like I always wanted that conflict where Anakin maybe quits and goes back to be a farmer, and he's with his brother, and Obi-Wan, gets him to go back on this adventure, and help stop the Clone Wars or end it. And his brother tells him, "Don't stay here with your family," and Anakin doesn't, and then ends up, ruining the entire galaxy. And the animosity that Owen could have felt to Obi-Wan over that. And none of that exists. Like, why would Owen really hate Obi-Wan? Gave him a kid when they couldn't have kids. So, in that concept art of Maz Kanata's place, where it was like a giant pirate ship place, I think they should have just been a giant pirate ship. How great would that have been to been look like a Spaniard-looking pirate ship dock with castles and you know? So I just think they were real nervous. I mean, because I was working on Star Wars licensing around that time. I mean, I was there in the room. We had a meeting. I've told the story many times, but we had a meeting. And I was supposed to figure out how to solve the Star Wars merchandise not selling problem. And I was like, they need to fucking make a new movie. They need to come out now. And if they don't start, this is 2012. If they don't do this now, even if they started fucking a week from now, the earliest could be 2015. Takes 3 years. You're going to need a year of a script and pre-production. Takes 2 years to get through these films with visual effects. And then, a week or two later, they announced the sale of Lucasfilm. So, you know, they saved Star Wars, but we want more of it. And remaking elements of movies is not going to carry them across 3 films. If we go into episode 8 and episode 8 is just beat for beat Empire, they're going to hear about it. People will complain. They'll hear about it. So I don't expect that. But the feeling of Star Wars was lost, guys. Like, come on. The feeling of Star Wars. a universe where just junk can turn into like laser weapons and shit like that. You know, the used universe. People can die, all that stuff. It was gone. It didn't exist. I got more from the first Matrix film. Not the other two. Those two sucked. But the first Matrix film felt more like Star Wars and those prequels, you know? But the merchandise was in such a bad state, guys. Like, no one knows because they won't talk about. I mean, I'm the only guy who's ever mentioned, but I'm telling you, those 3D versions of the Phantom Menace came out, and we did a bunch of Phantom Menace stuff. The chargeback was almost 90%. And chargeback is this, right? So let's say Walmart buys 50,000 shirts, right? Well, chargebacks means that what doesn't sell goes back to you. So whatever Walmart paid for them, you have to buy back. And by the way, you can't resell anywhere. They sit in storage or and have to get destroyed. So you have to pay the licensor, the people that you bought the license from, Lucasfilm, and they have a guarantee per year, a minimum. You know, it could be $1 million. I think with Star Wars it was $1 million they had to pay no matter what they sold. So they get their million, you have to pay back whatever Walmart didn't sell. You know, which is why you were only seeing these like goofy Star Wars shirts for the longest time. You know, like Darth Vader on a school bus. You know, but the Star Wars films have to become actually about characters and how they grow, goal, motivation, conflict. It can't be about like events happening. You know, this happens because that person did this person to that person. That's plotty. Plotty sucks. You know, that's Matrix 2 and 3. You know, you need characters that can actually grow and fail. Now I got the Jedi Rocks song stuck in my head. I hate me sometimes. I did that to myself. Like a little thing they could have done in episode 7 to help smooth out some of the coincidences and stuff was instead of Rey and Finn running into Han Solo in the middle of space, right? What they could have done was run into Maz Kanata. And Maz Kanata, since she's sort of force sensitive, she could have found Rey, right? And spoke to her. So Rey would trust her. And since she knew what the Millennium Falcon was, she could have taken them to Han Solo, who were sitting down at that castle, you know? So you could have just taken a few steps here and there, you know, to remove a little bit of the coincidence, slow down a few the little moments, you know. And the same sort of things could occur, just, you know, and then you sort of eliminate the roly-poly scene that you don't need, and then put more time on this other planet, you know. Because that castle, man, she goes in the castle and she's in the crypt, right? And she pulls out the treasure. There's a lightsaber in the treasure chest. I mean, treasure chests in a castle that have lightsabers and swords and blasters and you know the idea of space technology next to medieval weapons is still one of my favorite things. And just imagination wise, like the concept art to Destiny is way better than the actual game. Where you see these treasure chests, you know, and like medieval armor right next to like uh, flying packs, like rocket packs and shit. Gold chests with gold doubloons popping out of them, on the bridge of a starship. I love the that look, that idea of it. But I mean, what can I do? I could sit here like I think my quote was I spent 15, 17 years, 1999 to 2015. I spent 15 years talking about what Star Wars should be. I'm kind of done, I'm willing to like go into other movies, but with Star Wars I need to just accept what it is, and if it isn't, then I'm moving on. Like they make a Star Wars movie that sucks, I'm not going to defend it. I'm just going to be like, well, I'm not paying to see that, you know. That's for certain. Do you get a lot of repeat customers? Yeah, I get some. It kind of goes around. People loop. But I've always wanted to start. I mean, when I used to do the Star Wars West End role playing games, I'd write the campaigns, and my buddy Rich would deal with the stats, right? And I used to come up with characters because I didn't want people creating their own characters because they always create some super powerful Jedi, and I wanted games that had no Jedi, just rebels against Imperials, and limited weapons and stuff. So Rogue One's what I've always wanted from a Star Wars movie. No Jedi, you know? There's a world there that could exist beyond just that, But it's like, Finn being able to use a lightsaber should have been pretty simple. They all got trained with basic lightsaber combat, you know, because one of the keys, the problems with the Imperials are, they meet a Jedi, they're gonna die. So Snoke could have been this guy who was just like, you're all gonna learn fucking how to fight with lightsabers, or how to fight against them, how to defend against them. Should have just been standard new Imperial trooper or First Order trooper, stuff. It's not that big a deal, but they could have explained it more. As for who Snoke is, I don't know. I don't think they know. When people read into theories, I just don't think they know. I think they have ideas. The biggest mistake people make is when they think, oh, Lucas had it all figured out. No one really does. You have ideas, and then as you make things, they change. I don't think they really know, or they didn't know until maybe Ryan Johnson got involved and took it a step further. Yeah. But I've never liked fan theories. I've never seen one fan theory actually work. You know? Like I can guess plots on movies. Like I think they'll kind of go this direction or go this direction. But with Star Wars, I try not to think about it too much, in terms of what they should do because after, I just, I've hit my limit. I'm just happy that I can look forward to a Star Wars movie again. Yeah. Now, with the DC films, I'm more inclined to shoot the shit about that because it just seems like, how hard is it? Like, come on, guys. Son of a bitch. That was a mistake. I can fix it, but that's annoying. All right, I'm going to go put some ice in my coffee, so give me a few minutes. All right. Yeah, we're going back to Vegas. We already prepaid. Yeah, it should be good times. Oh, nice. Hey, what's up, Kyle? Hey, Kyle, you want to join on the Skype? Bob Camp is cool. Ah, shame on Kyle. Yeah, I only do the Vegas con, and I think I have to do the Arizona con, but that's just because Brownie gets it super cheap. So, and I stay at his place. So. I don't do this on Vegas. I hear you, man. Don't want to lose money on cons, man. Right there with you. Like I said, at least with Vegas, I always got the if the con sucks, you always got the option of throwing a few bucks in the slot machine, trying to make your money back. You know. I'm with you. South Point was a better shot, and even Westgate would have been better. So it's a bit of a shame. Yeah, for me, I don't need the expansion of the convention center. Just I like that it was all tied into a hotel, so we don't have to walk outside. Like the Vegas Con becomes the size of Comic Con, and I won't be there. You know, I'll be out. That's not what I'm looking for. Artists will do better at smaller shows. Bigger the show, the more money it costs for people to go, the less they spend on stuff. Well, New York has an actual art scene though, Kyle. But I'm not flying out to New York, so you know, I'll just stay here on the internet grinding and be a rounder. You know? I can camp out at your place. I'll go to Anaheim Con. Casa de la Kyle. How long is my instant taking? I don't know, man. Could take a month. Probably get it back by December. They don't move very fast, man. So luckily I have a backup Cintiq, but I had to get a battery pack for it because I didn't have it. It's the whole thing. So I'll get around to finishing your Rick and Morty next week. I'll be done with that. Yeah, I just got a few of these other people who are less understanding than you are. So I'm gonna get their shit out of my fucking hair so I can move on with life. Hmm. Sorry. My internet's all super awesome now. So it's you, not me. Talk to you soon, dude. Pen be working weird. Yep, I'll be streaming tomorrow. All right, peace. This needs to dry, or I'm gonna end up smearing it. So give it a few minutes. Hal Jordan. Alright, let's put these things back. Thanks, Ash. Thanks, Anthony. Who knows, right? There's always one person who's unhappy. All right, so put these back. Oh, I did not see it. Actually, sorry. Cintiq alternatives. I don't know. Let me. I really don't know of any. Give me a second. I mean, technically, the iPad Pro is an alternative, but not by much financially. Yeah, I just pay for the Cintiq, man. Icon makes good products, so. Unless you can make your money back, I wouldn't bother, you know? I mean, they're definitely not cheap. But, like I said, for me, even if I wasn't making money doing this, I'd probably still own one because it's cured my carpal tunnel, you know? So, right. I mean, the iPad Pro feels nice, but it can't replace a Cintiq. I mean, keyboard commands and, everything else. So, I always say, what you can do is you can look for a used one. Like, even if you have to go as far as LA, just drive out and pick it up, you know? You can usually get like a used one um, in a major city for like 800 bucks. I've bought them. This one right here, my backup one, is a used. Keep it as the backup. You know. I also prefer the classic pen. This is Intuos 3 because my older one uses Intuos 3. But the newer one uses the Intuos 4, but the classic pen is not this giant fat marker. It feels more like an actual pencil. It's tapered too. This is like a must-have, as far as I'm concerned. Sounds cool. Yeah, I'll be back on. More to do. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Always appreciate it. Later. Well, there you go, folks. It's all done. So to do a color guide and to color the whole thing, what, 4.5 hours taking my time? It's about 4 hours. Yeah. 3 hours of actual coloring. Not bad. All right, everybody, if you have any questions or comments, leave them below. I will answer them. There will be a speed video coming of this soon, sometime next week. So you'll be able to see this all sped up, and we'll do some commentary and everything. So for all those that hung out tonight, thank you. I'll be back on later today. Tons of stuff to do, more stuff to draw. Same Rob time, same Rob channel. Peace. Dum 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 dum. I don't know.